All right. Sorry, I'm just ready to go now. Let's go. Let's do this. Ugh. I uh I slept in a bit. Just a little bit. It's not as bad as it normally is. Okay? So don't bully me. I'll come. Ugh. Oh, there we go. Ugh.
Give it to me, Daddy.
Give it to me, Daddy. Hello, Taria. Oh wow.
Quack.
Quack.
Hello.
That's actually
I
made a
made
decent amount of
the
steel.
I made the farm thing.
The
Producing too
farm
much
thing.
wheat. I'm producing too much wheat.
Oh, shit. Wait, what? Where did the... Oh.
Hmm.
Why wheat?
Because I can just compost it. I don't know what else. I look into what else I could do with the
Um,
65%. I think I should remove wheat and do something else that doesn't give seed actually.
well, I was
Because
going to, kind of tap into what you were going to make here. What power did you make it? Oh, you made it MV. Okay.
what do you need? Because I can change the wheat for something else because I'm producing way too much.
So, I don't really have a set thing in mind, you know what I mean? I'm gonna take 8 wheat, 8 mushroom, uh, and 8 of almost any plant. What I was going to think about was maybe sugarcane.
Sugarcane isn't a good thing because sugarcane is only 50% chance for bone meal.
Okay.
So I can change for sugarcane.
What about potatoes?
Let me check potatoes. Crop cutting. No, this
I'll show you a plant.
composting.
What? What?
Potatoes.
Or carrots?
I think carrots also. Beets is 65%. Which 65.
Oh, all vegetables are 65%. What's
Yeah,
wheat?
I think 65. But yeah, I
Okay.
want to replace the nether was
Then
65.
then maybe we'll do potatoes.
I just need to be sure potatoes don't produce the poisonous potatoes.
I don't believe they
Potato.
do.
No, okay, they don't. I will replace
And
it with potato.
okay, so here's the thing. So you'll have to change it down the line because what I was going to be using the potatoes for actually produces fertilizer down the line. So you can get 64 and the 50% chance of 32 out of it.
Right, let me get the potatoes. Uh,
Because okay, let me show you what I was going to be doing with it.
let me open the stream.
Eh.
Okay, stream's open.
Okay, so potato into a compressor makes plant balls. Plant balls
Okay.
into like 2 plant balls into the macerator gives you 2 biochaff and then a chance at more of them after HV macerators. Biochaff in a pyrolyze oven with water and a certain circuit gives you fermented biomass. Fermented biomass in a distillation tower gives methane, methanol, ammonia, carbon dioxide, ethanol, water, and acetic acid, and then a guaranteed chance of giving fertilizer for 1 bucket. So it makes an insane profit of fertilizer.
Okay, if I use fertilizer, I can make even more potatoes.
Yes. And then it's a perfect loop, so it pulls the fertilizer back in.
Wait, can I use fertilizer for the greenhouse at the bottom of the
I
flowers?
do not believe so.
That would be an issue.
But I mean, you can still like this is going to make so
I
many
mean,
potatoes. You can
I
still
can,
make
yeah,
you can still make bone meal here.
yeah. When with that, I have too many potatoes.
Yeah.
Don't need this one.
So wait, where are you storing the extra
Bone meal is right
wheat?
here.
No, the
Extra
extra
wheat?
wheat.
Nowhere.
Oh, it was just in there.
Uh,
Okay.
I was not done with that yet. I was working on that when you joined.
Look at these cheaters flying. We got jet boots. Oh, hey, my boots are soulbound now.
Oh, wait, okay.
Yeah.
What does that mean?
If you die, they stay on you.
Oh,
Holy
nice.
shit, that's a lot of methane. Methane. He, she, they, thane. Okay.
Yeah, with the potatoes, you
Mining.
don't have to deal with seeds anymore. I was thinking of using this seed to transform to bone meal, but then I noticed I'm producing way too much wheat.
Where is my prospecting tool? Is it in a system? Huh? I guess if Sizz can figure out this pack, I could have. I mean, Sizz was also gone for a while. And we still progressed because he said, do it anyway. I'm going to be confused anyway.
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
He's also French, and we know how they are. The fuck does that mean?
I have no idea.
Oh, there it is. I'm just blind. Okay, let's see.
So yeah, if you ever need, you can connect whatever you want to this thing because I produce too much potato. I upgraded the pipe because maybe I was thinking maybe there's a pipe issue. No, it's not a pipe issue.
No.
It's a it's a
So
production.
if you're ever dealing with Gregtech machines and like those output buses, you can actually use the Gregtech item pipes because the main downside to using the Gregtech item pipes is that normally you need to give them a conveyor to pull items out. But because those item buses and even the fluid hatches auto
Uh,
output, you can literally just slap them on there and then it transfers end to end.
wait. What? Repeat?
The Gregtech item pipes.
Okay.
For example, like if you make the huge rose gold item pipes, they transfer 8 stacks a second.
What the fuck?
Ah. But the main problem with using these normally is that they don't like auto pull. You need to like configure the who's it? A conveyor belt to pull the items out into the item pipe for you.
Conveyor belt.
Oh. Oh yeah, that's only 32 items a second. Um Okay. I need to go back to doing this.
I will keep with those pipes because right now the issue is not am I pulling enough?
Yeah, I know.
It's I'm producing too much.
I also need to change these compression dynamos. Because I need to change them to boilers, and then I need to use the steam from those to power shit instead.
All right. So with potatoes.
Diddly dee potatoes.
Do you want me to make what machine?
What?
What was the first machine with the bio whatever?
I mean, if you want to do it, you can.
I'll do it. I just need to figure out what's the first step.
Okay, so the first step is taking the potatoes and putting them into compressor. I think there is a steam machine that works with parallels.
Compressor. Okay, to make plant ball.
Yeah. It doesn't look like there is actually. Oh, that's surprising. Let's see. So it's a 15-second recipe at ULV. If you make, I guess you'll have to make like a bunch of the a bunch of LV compressors or MV compressors. Actually, wait. You can make HV compressors. Well, you can make HV compressors and still run them on LV power.
Okay, like that one.
So yeah, it goes plant ball into macerator.
I need gold cable assembler.
Actually, wait. Before you do that, let me check something.
Okay.
Plant ball into biochaff. Pyrolyze oven. So the pyrolyze oven, it does not get perfect overclock, so if you run it faster, it doesn't matter. I would only do HV or MV for both of those machines. Because the bottleneck is probably going to wind up being the pyrolyze oven. But what about the distillation tower? Distillation tower is 3.75 seconds. Yeah. The bottleneck is going to wind up being the pyrolyze oven, so I would do MV for the compressors and the macerators.
All right. Well, MV is.
Here, I'll type out what the production line here for you. There you go. Get the money.
For the energy converter, which one should I go for? Because I know you said they can blow up. But the cable,
they only blow, or the energy converter won't blow up. It's the machines themselves that'll blow up. So okay, if you look at if you look at the compressor recipe, you see how it's only 2 EU a tick at ULV? It's actually technically LV.
Compressor.
Take potato and put it in a compressor. Like that, it's 2 EU a tick. If you're looking at stream, I'm looking at it right now.
Yeah, okay.
So it doesn't matter if you put a high voltage machine on a low voltage power line, as long as the recipe that you're making is 32 EU a tick or less. So a high voltage machine on a low voltage line doing this recipe only draws 32 EU a tick.
So as long as it's under that, I'm fine.
Yeah, if you're using low voltage. And then the potato one, like, even this one is 16 EU a tick at medium voltage. So that one can go on a low voltage line as well. But the pyrolyze oven, that one, I would make it high voltage. I'll have to make more energy hatch.
So I cannot connect all of them on the same line. That's what you mean.
Honestly, just do high voltage. What am I short here?
Can I do high voltage on the like the compressor?
Huh? Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, Sis,
Mm-hmm.
your mob farm thing is up and running again.
No, it's not.
I just heard a zombie taking damage.
Because we probably walked too close to the mob farm, so the zombie jumped off.
Uh, oh. Thank God I set up a passive production for steel.
I'm gonna turn on the mob farm for a second.
Why is that?
I'm gonna put lights in it.
That's not... I'll think about it, think about it. Uh, just not today. Oh, right. I need to go check on our power. I'm gonna see how it's doing down here. Oh. I hear a mob. A mob spawned within my generator coils. That's funny. 2 carbon brushes are used for power. Oh, this one is starting to get used. So that means that we are using about 30... No, probably about 40% of our power right now.
There you go, put lights inside the mob.
Yeah, I didn't realize that this pack was designed to be played on peaceful.
Oh.
Yeah. The fact that they made it so skeletons don't spawn kind of pain.
Yeah, could have used a mob farm powered bone meal farm.
Yeah.
But no, I only get the junk.
Oh, right. I need to do something.
I mean, you can already change the mode to peaceful.
Yeah, I could. Um,
So energy converter, do I need 8 or do I need more than 8?
I would say just do 8. I think eight is a good number there for you.
LV, MV, or HV?
Do HV because the
HV.
pyrolyzed oven that you're going to be making is going to be HV. The thing is, the distillation tower are probably going to slap with the other distillation towers that I have set up over in the petrochem area. Ugh.
I need cold cable, cold wire. Cold wire inside the assembler and silicone. We don't have silicon?
Silicon? Yeah. We've got 64,000 silicon. Are you looking for silicon or silicone?
It's a thing to make the gold cable.
That one's just rubber. That one you can just request. Oh wait, never mind. I don't have that set up. Oh, do you need 1x gold cable or which one do you need?
Energy converter. I need 1x gold cable. Yes.
Yeah, the recipe is slapped in there, but
No, is it?
oh, it is. Yeah.
There's one.
Which of these? LPIC. That's the orange lens. You know what? There. I feel like I could probably get rid of that. Hold on. Circuit assembler. Can I make the high voltage circuit assembler? Oh. It's gonna be a bit. Oh, maybe not.
7 minutes. Wait. Oh my god, it takes so long.
What?
Crafting to cable.
Oh, don't. That crafting status is a very broad estimation. It's actually doing the other recipe first. I didn't realize that you requested gold cable already, so I requested more. So there's some already made now.
Well, good. That's what I was waiting.
So HV emitter. Oh. I need to request some circuits. Ah, shit.
Oh, you just used this last circuit. Rip.
Yeah, I'm about to request some. I just need to... Oh. Basement. That's the mixer. That one. HV. Let's request 20 of them. Okay. It's crafting circuits right now. If you want to watch it craft circuits, open up your terminal, go into the top right to crafting status, and then you can see like what step it's doing on the circuit there.
At number 1?
No,
number
it's
2.
4.
4. Okay.
So yeah, right now it's making capacitors. I was about to make the upgraded circuit assembler so that all these circuits take half the amount of time. But, well.
You need circuit to make that.
Yep. These capacitors take a while to craft. Okay. Well, I'm gonna wind up making a quad distillation tower because this single one here is not keeping up. Hell, not just not keeping up, it's not even in the same ballpark at this point. Also, I need to move my drilling rig.
Why?
Because it's starting to deplete. If you right-click on the controller, you see the pumping rate is only 199 millibuckets a second now. When I put this thing down, it was 350 millibuckets a second.
So it can deplete?
Yep.
But it's drilling nothing. How do you deplete nothing?
Void reservoirs. So here, let me... Here. Right-click with this. So that's called a prospector. Right now you're looking at like how much each reservoir in each chunk is.
This one is, but it's only at 56%.
Yeah, but like at that point it's not worth spending the energy to actually drill it.
So it went down more than half, if it's not even half done. Damn.
I kind of wish that I was able to get to the EV drilling rig because it has half depletion rate.
What do you mean?
Like this is 100% depletion rate. The next tier is 50%. It only depletes at half as much.
Oh.
But yeah. This wasn't even the oil that I wanted to get because this oil sucks to distill.
Then what do you get for? Did you want for this while?
Because you have to go. I think it's 16 chunks away to find another set of reservoirs. Like what we have over at our base is literally heavy oil, which is even worse to distill, and brackish water, which is free salt, but still.
Can you see it with this controller?
Hmm?
Can you see it with this controller?
See what with what controller?
The controller you have in your hand. Can you see the AV oil over there? with
Yeah.
the controller you have in your hand.
Yeah, so if I come over here and right click here. Oh, sorry, it's light oil. We've got brackish water there and then light oil. But light oil is even worse. So if I go to the oil types here. So I'm currently doing oil, which
Does it
only
know if your
has
control of your thing?
it only has one recipe in the distillation tower, and it's 1 second, and it only distills 50 of it at a time. Heavy oil, it only has one recipe in the distillation tower, and it's 100 mil buckets of it at a time. Light oil is 150 mil buckets at a time, but it only gives sulfuric gas, really. Now, raw oil is the one that I wanted. That one does 100 at a time, and it gives the perfect ratio of sulfuric fuel and, or sorry, light fuel and heavy fuel, and it gives a lot of naphtha. But if you want to look at that.
It's only to five.
The brackish water, when you centrifuge, it gives seawater and water. I don't care about the water, I care about the seawater, because seawater, you centrifuge it again, and it gives you saltpeter and rock salt, and salt water, which then you centrifuge again.
What about next to the what?
Yeah, I already went all the way down there. You have to go like 600 blocks away to find raw oil. Really
Oh, really?
sucks. Yeah. Okay. This distillation tower is done now.
Do you need to find raw oil or
Raw,
just oil?
raw oil.
Okay.
Are you going around looking for it? Don't worry about it.
No, I'm looking.
No, don't worry about it.
I'm looking all the things. I'm not looking for the whatever you want. There's five different liquid you can find with that.
Yeah.
Then you're unlucky enough to spawn with the none of them.
Yeah, basically. And the most annoying thing is because you have to go 600 blocks away, that means that you need to build out to 600 blocks away. Oh, there's a security
Why?
alert. Because there's no way to start building from void. You know what I mean?
Is there a way?
Oh, that was full. Oh, whatever. What happened to me? Holy shit, that got us a lot of sulfur already. Give me my chemically inert boys.
I mean, the flying machine can get you somewhere close. That
Oh, there's the circuits. You can go back to building your stuff.
okay. Energy converter.
I still have to figure out what I want to do with all this refinery gas. Oh, wait, I can just straight distill it? Oh, okay, that's what I'm gonna do with it. I'm not gonna bother, like, cracking it or anything. Oh, that gives so much methane. Ooh. Because, yeah, I could, like, steam crack it. If I severely steam crack it, It technically gives more, but I just fucking can't. Well, I mean, I
What
can't,
kind of
but
cable do I want for HV and advanced compressor and whatever everything
Lumium.
else?
If you're connecting to HV, you want Lumium.
Lu- Uh, what size?
Just look at the amps, like the amperage of the cable.
Max amperage 64 or 28, 60.
Oh, cool. That's all of it. I'm so annoyed. I like set this up just yesterday, and I already have to tear it all down and move it.
Right, where do I believe with it? Voltage, yeah.
Oh, good. Boop.
Oh, I know why it's not working. It's because it's not connected to anything. Oops.
Demons again. Da, 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 da. If I destroy these leaves, am I gonna have to cover this shit back up again? Yes. I just put in there. Whatever.
Oh. Fucking hell. Stupid.
Yes?
Well, it blew up.
What? What just blew up?
Thing.
What did you just put there?
It was the compressor?
Which compressor?
Compressor, the one you told me to do.
The high
You said
voltage one?
NV. No,
I said
no, you
high
said NV.
voltage.
But at first you said voltage, and you said MV, so I was like, okay.
You can put lower voltage into machines as long as it meets the voltage threshold. You can't put higher voltage into machines. My guy.
No, so this one's fine now. Oops.
Oh my god, I have to make so many pumps. I'm just gonna queue up 1,000 stainless steel plates. It's not like I'm not gonna use them at this rate.
All right. You said you sent out the process. Potato, plant ball, biochaff, fermented biomass, distillation tower. Okay. I'll be back.
Okay. Uh... Okay, that'll do. Oh, I already have enough HV energy hatches. Toss you in there. Okay, so where are those MV energy hatches? Those are HV. Nope. Server restart. Right. Of the fuchsia. Okay. Oh. F3G. So I guess I'll move the fluid drill over here. We'll just do it on the clear opposite side. And I'll set this up for HV instead. Because I'm also going to set up all of the distillation towers for HV too. Where's my maintenance hatches? I'm going to need more solid machine casings. Steel plate. Structure incomplete. LB output hatch. HV energy hatch. Can this only... No? What the hell? Does it... No way. I think I have to put medium voltage on it. I swear if I put these two hatches in, it works. Oh. Okay, that means that it's just not completing. So why isn't it completing? What am I missing? Solid machine casing, steel frame. What? Why is this not working? Betrayer and justice of the innocents. Okay, I really feel like there's ghosts in the machine here. I don't understand why this isn't working. Fuck it. This block is a controller of the multi-block structure. For building help, see structure template. Terminal. What? Maintenance hatch, LV hatch. I'm so confused. Okay, my 1,000 stainless steel plates are done. The beast of darkness. Why? The fuck, man? I swear, if it's actually just the fact that it doesn't have a maintenance, or the machine doesn't take a maintenance hatch, I'm gonna cry. Oh, I might have put the wrong thing in the middle. Oh, no. Oh, why is there another output hatch there? Okay, cool. Okay, so can I do not an MV energy hatch? Oh, good. You will burn. You will burn. Na, na, na. Oh, wait a minute. That's not the proper size. Wait, what? Controller there. Okay, that's the footprint right there. So we input the oil there, and I guess I'll have the energy going in here and here. So where is my input hatches? LV input hatch. We wall share that. Then I can wall share. Nope, that's MV. These ones. Wall share these. Oh, I need more aluminum wire. Na 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 na. Oh! I almost just fell into the void. You mark me, I am only yours. Okay, let's go get the super tank for oil. Put it down here. I'm gonna auto output to the bottom. Oh, 387 mil buckets a second of oil. Nice. Now, where are all my output hatches? So, oil. It distills into four things, so... Two, three, four, one, two, three, four. Okay. We're gonna need a bunch of stainless steel rods too. Clean stainless steel. My love, my soul, my heart are yours if you just want. That's right. These I need maintenance hatches on. Ah, I need to charge my thing. Since we began, you have turned me into a man. Oh, wait a minute. Oh. Uh. If I put it into a high voltage machine, it'll charge faster. Forevermore. That's right. My hydro payment comes out tomorrow. Da, 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 da. That's funny. Oh, God. It takes way too damn long to charge. Uh, which who's it's the wireless terminals. Duct. Okay. Oh, wait. Oh, no, that's fine. These are all formed and good to go. Oh. Um, Fluid pipe. Actually, let's just use the polyethylene. Fuck it. Okay. Put shutters there. So which one is this one? This one is sulfuric heavy fuel. So it goes sulfuric heavy fuel, light fuel, light fuel, naphtha, and sulfuric gas. Da 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 na 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 na. Shit. Oh, shit. I done fucked up here. Okay. So we connect these pipes. Put shutters there. That. Angel choirs on the mill all night. Sing Johnny Cash and Jackson 5. A little heaven you can stumble into and got your invite tonight. Put that there. Ah. I'm on my way. Where are you? Sulfide. It's just Brooklyn on a Friday. Output. Ooh. Uh. Put heavy fuel there. Light fuel will go here. And naphtha. And then this is an HV mixer. Polyethy. Ah, god damn it! I can only make these fluid pipes by shoving the shit through.
Hello.
Quack.
I have an issue.
You have many issues, Sis. But let's start with what you've got going on. What?
How do I make HV energy ash?
You request it.
Oh wait, I can I? Energy. No, it's not there. Wait, how do you request someone if it's not? No, I don't see it.
Energy. Oh, would you look at that? HV energy hatch can be requested.
Wait,
Oh,
but I
look,
don't
we
see
have
it.
everything. We have everything needed to make it.
Wait, I'm just stupid and not typing the correct thing. No, okay, let me start. HV inner. No, I don't see it. Can you request it? Because I have no idea how to request it. I don't see the thing.
Does it say on the left-hand side, the button that says View? Does it say Stored Craftable?
So right then.
That would be
Oh.
why. Click on that until it says Stored Craftable.
Oh. Yes. Let me see.
I just blew
Yeah, I
his
only need one
funky
now.
little mind.
Yeah. I just assumed we could not make it, so I tried making 2 MV energy arch.
You fucking idiot.
It went boom.
Yeah, no shit it did. Did you, like, totally forget the fact that I told you that you can't
Yes!
put higher tier...
I mean, I assume if I put 2 of them, it's gonna be fine.
No! You know what they say about assuming, Sis? They make an
No, I
ass out of
know.
you. Full stop.
But so I guess I only need 1 HV arch, right? I don't need a second one.
Yes.
It says machine case.
Also, if you're making the pyrolyze oven, I highly recommend that you use Canthal coils.
What?
Never mind, you'll ask me when you get there.
Is that the big machine, the multi-block thing?
Wait, what are you
I think that's
making
the
high voltage then? What?
I don't know. I assume that's the machine that I'm making right now. Yeah, Paralyze Oven. Oh yes, that's the one I'm making right now.
Okay, yeah. Use canthal coils.
Okay, this one.
Structure incomplete. What's incomplete about it still? Oh! He's kind of missing half of his guts over here.
Can't talk well. Oh, can I request that one? Yes, I can. Good.
Wouldn't have told you to do it if you couldn't just request it. Cell. Empty aluminum cell. Hydro. Ah, fug.
Uh, does the machine casing grade matter? Because I just noticed that machine casing also have like ULV, LV, and all of that.
What do you mean? What?
Like there's a MV, wait, there's like HV machine casing and there's ULV machine casing. Which one should they be making?
For what?
The Paralyze Oven.
This pyrolyze oven is entirely different from what I know. So I don't know.
But didn't you make one already?
Nope. Electric
I thought it was
coke
one
oven.
before. Oh no, it's something different.
Resource production. Pyrolyze oven. I don't know. Try with ULV casings. If not, then you'll have to upgrade it to high voltage.
Alright. Alright. I'll go back to where I was.
Hmm. Oh, cool. All right. That should be massively increasing the rate at which I'm making diesel. So now I have to wonder, why in the hell did I take the cracker down? Oh, hey. More coins. Ah. Oh, fuck. Storage. Smart. Chlorine gas. Da, 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 da. Hydrofluoric acid. Oh, I do need to set up hydrogen loop because hydrogen is becoming a problem. There we go. Ah, well, this is totally caught up, so I guess that's why it's going slow. This large chemical reactor doesn't really need to run very often. But the freckles in our eyes are mirror images, and when we kiss, they're perfectly aligned. Okay, well, I guess I'm setting up my cracker again in the exact same spot that it already was. They will see us waving from such great heights. Come down now, they'll say. But everything looks perfect from far away. Come down now. Hey there, Weed. Super. Super tank. I'm actually going to use this super chest here for this. Oh, that's not what I wanted to do. Cool. And now, item locking. Let's go. Did I run out of the clean stainless? Shit. Oh, never mind. HV energy hatch right there. I'll do a ULV input bus with a... Where's my input hatches? And then I need the maintenance hatch. But first I should put... Nope. That there, that there. Structure incomplete. Okay, so why does this make it incomplete? Oh, right, the muffler. I'm not used to the cracker needing a muffler. Yeah, I don't know why I took down the cracker when I literally just set it up in the exact same spot that it was. That basically just means that I wasted the duct tape. Okay, this in the cracker. Circuit 3 is steam. Oh. Actually, let me go deal with this now. Holy fuck, we're using a lot of power in our AE2 already. Oh boy. I need to get these steam dynamos going already. Okay. I don't want my main net to be the one controlling this, though. Steam. I think we're producing the thermal series steam. Yeah. It's actually interesting to me how quickly the AU2 networks work these days. What? Oopsie poopsie. Well, at least power failing doesn't void shit anymore. Oh god. Alrighty. That voids, though. There we go. Okay. So now I need to make an ad hoc system. I need to make sure all of these stay locked. Okay. So I'm going to do that. Smart. What do we... Oh. Uh, fiber. Put that there. Ah, that works too. Okay. Partition the storage based on what's already inside. And now we do that. Good. Now I should be able to access all of those hydrocarbons. Hell yeah! Oh, I also need a storage bus on that bad boy too. Let me make sure it's locked. Okay. Wait. Oh, yeah. Enter the gungeon. Enter the gungeon. Cool. Should be able to see carbon in there now. Oh. Never mind. Awesome. Only thing is, I need to disable this. I do not need this chemical reactor anymore. Enter the gungeon. Enter the gungeon. So let's finish with what it's got here. But I'm going to repurpose this to maybe make styrene butadiene. So to make styrene in an LCR, I need to take benzene and ethylene. Benzene and ethylene. Perfect. What you looking for, sis? Oh, he's not even in here. Okay. Which poly thingy long name? Because there's a lot of them. Ethylene, benzene. Those two together. Styrene. Oh, it also makes hydrogen. Shit. Trying to make HV output hatch. So wait, why are you looking for... Well, no, like, why are you looking for polyethyl... Wait, what? Okay, I'm gonna have to come take a look at... Hold on. Let's see this thing. Okay, says you're gonna have to hop into Discord. Because this is not going to work. Does this work? So, Sis, this is a distillation tower.
This one I need
You've
to
made
make.
a distillation cube.
But
Come over here. I need to show you. So, I have technically 5 distillation towers over here, okay? This one
yes.
only makes 4 outputs. As you can see, it's taller. This one over here makes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 outputs. This one is tall. For every output that your distillation recipe makes, you need to add a layer. and another output
Okay.
hatch. These are all using LV output hatches, so it's fine. So,
Oh, really?
for your fermented biomass, you're going to need to make it 8 layers tall
Oh.
with 7 output hatches. The output hatches have to start on the second layer here.
Oh.
Yeah. This is the fun of distillation towers, sis. You will learn to love them like I have. Maybe. I don't know. I
So
can't be your
need
boss. You need to
Wait,
make this thing giga tall.
so 8 block tall.
Basically. Yeah. Also, I do not recommend using fluid pipes. Like, fluid pipes, okay?
Why?
Remember what I said about these machines auto-outputting from the output hatches. So, you need to put your input hatch on the lowest level of this. So you put your input hatch there, I guess, considering you put your energy hatch there.
Well, I'm just gonna move the energy hatch somewhere else then.
Okay. I usually put the maintenance hatches right next to the controller. There's no, like, you don't have to put the maintenance hatch right next to the controller. It just makes it easier. Okay, so then you'll put your input hatch here.
I don't have one yet. Because I need the HV one.
No.
I don't?
So, these are Gregtech pipes, okay? You're going to need a Gregtech wrench to make use of them.
I have one.
Okay. So, yeah. You're gonna connect these up. Oh.
Nope.
Okay, so you're gonna see a grid on there, right? If you click on the leftmost one, it'll connect and disconnect this one.
Yeah,
here.
you know, I know. It's same as the wires.
Okay, yeah. You can also do this. If you shift right click, it puts a shutter on it. It's a flow restriction, so flow can only go in this direction.
Can I have it here? No. Okay.
But so what this is doing is like now if you look at the polyethylene fluid pipe, it has a transfer rate of 360 millibuckets per tick. That is about 7 times faster than the
Wait.
those fluid
Where are you
pipes.
looking at?
On the tooltip.
Oh, on the pipe itself. Okay.
Yeah. Now, the only thing that you need to pay attention to is the temperature limit. If you put something that's too hot into these pipes, they burn. And fire near machines cause explosions. Just telling you so that you know.
Okay, it's 3K, it's 300K, and this one is 300.
Yeah. I'm just letting you know so that you can keep that in mind for the future.
I will manage to blow it up again anyway.
I mean, I still make the mistakes too. I literally just put steam into these polyethylene pipes not too long ago and was like, oh, that caught on fire. That caught on fire. Maybe I shouldn't do that. It's just mystery.
Alright. So I need more stainless steel casing. Case. I was wondering why it wasn't working.
Holy shit, my jet boots hold 8.6 million energy now. Oh, it's max level now.
What's the max level?
Max. I don't know, it
Alright.
just says max. I think it's 10.
Mine are level 1.
Oh no. Upgraded thruster, shock absorber, muffled, and soulbound.
So output, output, touch.
Okay. So we're making styrene now. Which means I can put it in a chemical reactor with butadiene and oxygen and make raw styrene butadiene rubber dust. Which then you put that in a chemical reactor with sulfur and it makes liquid styrene butadiene rubber.
No need. Yeah, what do I need? What do I select?
Soon we shall be able to wrap cables in styrene butadiene rubber. Which is... Holy shit, that's 4 times cheaper? Yeah, it's about 4 times cheaper than regular rubber. I am the storm that's approaching. Boiler. Oh, wait, no.
I broke it.
What?
I broke it. Oh no, it's fine now.
Lead rotor.
It has power. Yes.
Oh god, black
Nice.
steel gear. Alright. Me like 1,000. Oh.
Maple, I have no idea what I'm doing wrong. Oh, also. Oh, never mind. I found what I'm doing wrong. Missing an output. No, still something wrong.
Oh, are you having fun making what you're making over there, Sis?
I don't know what I'm doing. I don't know what the fuck is wrong.
That doesn't answer my question, but okay.
Meow.
You're not a cat girl, Sis.
I can be a cat girl if I want to. Let me change my skin.
Sounds like you more so need a gender reassignment program.
No, I don't. I really don't.
You all heard. Sis wants a vagina.
No. All right. I need help. I don't know what I'm doing. I don't know what's wrong. I don't know how to request the recipe.
What recipe?
Well, whatever recipe is in the distillation tower.
Oh.
Energy ash output. No, input ash is here.
Oh.
Oh, I need output bus.
Hmm.
Output bus.
Nope. Nope.
What do we know?
Output bus is on the bottom. There you go. Hey, it's working.
Ah. Right. Which one is the one I want?
Fertilizer's on the bottom.
It's at the bottom. Wait. Why did it stop? Oh, it did stop. So I tried changing the machine casing for testing. It didn't work. So I just put it back to the ULV machine casing.
Well, why did you... what? If it worked, why did
I
you change it?
tried a different casing
Why?
to see if it would change something. You said you didn't know if it would work. I just tried. Yeah, I think the wire is too big for what I'm using.
What?
The wires are too big for what the machine used.
Yeah? What? Okay. Just
What?
craft them into 1x.
One? Okay.
Oh.
Mm-hmm.
That's not good. Why is it dark enough for shit to spawn?
It's raining.
But it's still daytime.
Rain. Thunderstorm.
Oh, I need you to grab a bed and sleep too. There's monsters like mad over in the oil processing area.
You're gonna be fine. Oh. Boom. That. Oh, I don't see a spawn. But then are not an issue.
Oh, what the fuck?
Wait, what?
Oh! It's not claimed.
Oh, so if it's claimed, it's protected, but if it's not, there's... Let's see.
That makes a lot of sense. But yeah, the only thing that I can see that's useful from the mob farm is the gunpowder that we can get, which is saltpeter, sulfur, and coal.
I see.
Maybe the string, but I mean, eh. Oh yeah, that was a way to get coal dust with an MV electrolyzer, apparently. Anyway.
Alright, why is it not working anymore?
Well, I'm using all of the benzene. Holy shit, this has made a lot of ethylene.
Why is this machine stop? Hmm.
Why does what machine stop?
All of my machine. Connected.
It's
Connected.
because your distillation tower is full.
Oh,
It can't output any more methane.
I see. What the fuck is the storage container you made here?
Super tanks.
Super
You can request them, but there's a couple things that you'll have to make to cover it
super
for now.
tank. 6.
Black steel in the EBF. Man. Fuck, man. I'm so annoyed about needing a shit ton of black steel here. I need black steel gears. Don't know what you want from me.
Tin
Got me
cable.
trapped inside a revelry. Trace and vapor memories. And I know what's wrong, but it feels so good that I just can't stop a dog. Stop a dog. I'm not the dream, cause I'm chasing vapor memories.
Tin screw. Tin screw.
Okay, so I just need lead rotors. Lead. Following a Fanta.
There you go. And it's now crafting super tank.
Oh my god! 41 seconds for each fucking rotor. Bruh.
How much can the super tank hold?
4 million millibuckets.
Okay, good.
That's 4,000 buckets, I believe it is.
Yeah, good.
You can also set them to void overflow.
Oh, really?
Yeah. That's what it is.
Void
So,
overflow.
yeah. I would also set fluid locking because we'll be setting this up on AE2 somewhat soon. And
Can I change? Where's the range? Oh,
actually, I would not put void. Yeah, void overflow can be on that one. Because what I'm going to do is I'm going to be yoinking this methane, What are you doing?
I'm trying to change the glass to see over here, but I don't know how. Where's the glass now? Oh, there we go. How do you do that?
If you shift right click on it, the face that you rotate it to is the front face.
Okay. Alright. Super tank. They're on me now. Super tank.
Ooh, carbon dioxide. We can make use of that too. Okay, so the thing about placing them this way is now you're gonna have to enable input from the output side. So click on the tab on the left there with the gear on it,
Yeah?
and then you're going to hit disable fluids input from output side and turn it green. So do it to this one down here.
Like that?
Yeah. Yep. Oh my god.
Do we have to... You
So
still have
ma-
to do it from all of them.
Yeah. So many useful materials from all these too, says. You don't realize just how useful a lot of this shit is.
Is this one... Yeah, okay, this one is lock and void. Lock void. Lock void. Lock void. Lock void. Lock void. And,
The other thing too is like this ethanol. I don't know if you realize just how useful the ethanol is.
So you're telling me at some point I want to upgrade this thing. Okay.
Well, probably not. Well, yes, but also no. Oh, this, yeah, that one. Don't have all of these set to void overflow.
You can disable those you don't want to, because I have no idea. I would void all of that, because the only thing I need is at the bottom.
Oh yeah, the fertilizer. Oh, you can make a super chest.
Super chest.
Oh, that one you'll have to craft manually. Super chest is a super tank, but for items, so it'll hold 4 million of that fertilizer. Water.
Yep. Yep. I assume I need to do the same for that. Yeah.
Yep. Item lock it.
So is this better than a crate? Than a drawer?
Yes, but no, but yes, but no.
You need to be decided.
They both have their upsides and downsides. Drawers are
What's
giga
up,
cheap. Drawers are giga cheap, and you can link them all together with the drawer controller. So you don't need to do this stupidity that you have over here. I just didn't tell you
really?
that. Yeah. But in order to hold as much as a super chest, you need to put a bunch of upgrades on it. The super chest holds less than a max upgraded drawer, but it has the ability to auto output and has void overflow built in.
I mean, the void upgrade is cheap.
Also, it looks cooler.
Yes.
So I mean, rule of cool, it's automatically better.
Yes.
So that water, yeah, we don't need the water. The rest, it'll take a long time for it to fully fill. Cool. Anyways, I need to go back to making my dynamos. Oh, never mind, I'm still waiting on rotors.
Alright, now I remove those pipes.
It's gonna be funny. This greenhouse is gonna have to, or gonna run even less now.
What do you mean?
It's gonna run even less now.
Why?
Because, so bone meal input on it produces less than with the fertilizer. Or sorry, it produces less. So it takes less time for the output bus to get to the point where it can take another output. Make sense?
No, wait, where are all the potatoes empty? What? Potato.
Well, just hurry up and connect it to the fertilizer.
Oh, I know why it's empty. It's because I got it.
Drop greenhouse. I think that's circuit 3.
Mm-hmm. There we go.
64 potatoes. It's making 8 potatoes a second.
I need more shit to use potatoes.
Oh, you put a pipe upgrade on it. Holy shit.
Yeah, because I thought my issue was the pipe wasn't pulling it fast enough.
I guess your actual bottleneck is the distillation tower for this. Yeah.
The tower?
Yeah.
Oh, really? Oh, yeah. That's making...
So if you want to, you could put another energy hatch right here and overclock it. But it'll consume 4 times as much power, but only run twice as fast.
I mean, the power issue, it won't be a me problem.
Wow, toxic. The thing is, you don't even need this to go that quickly either.
I need more potatoes.
Question is... Okay, you've got enough power. Alright, well now that's working in 1.85 seconds.
Good.
Yeah, now your, like, composters and the compressor can't consume the potatoes fast enough, by the way.
Yeah, I know. I wonder if I can... How much...
I was born to die. Take me right
I mean, realistically, I don't need all those composters anymore because only one of the farm is using it.
but you might as well have them all.
And also, I'm gonna make another greenhouse per Leila's request because she said there was no prawn dye, so I need to make prawn dye now.
Oh my god. Wait, which one's brown dye?
Cocoa bean. So I'm gonna make one just for cocoa bean.
Oh. Cocoa bean. Bruh.
Wait,
Well,
Why is it? Why did my potato got consumed again?
Huh?
The potato was consumed.
Oh. No, that was me. I'm an idiot.
What did you do?
I pulled it out thinking that it was overflowing and putting potatoes into the input bus.
No,
It's
that's what
been
make.
every time it's been me pulling it out. I'm like, why is there a potato in there? Get it out of there.
They're supposed to go in there.
I realize that now. You know,
I
you
wish-
always could just take over this wheat farm here, this wheat large farm, and put the beans in that.
Doesn't Zyke? I think Zyke need those for
Not anymore.
his drilling. Oh, not anymore.
No, because you're producing what he was using it for.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he was using it to make ethanol. But look, you're making ethanol over here.
All right.
No, 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 no.
Okay, I think I'm producing enough fertilizer.
Yeah, yes, you're producing more than enough fertilizer. You don't realize how big the return is on this is. Here. Let's go through that production line, okay? So 8 potatoes makes 1 plant ball, right? 2 plant balls makes 2 biochaff. So that's 16 potatoes makes 1.5 buckets of fermented biomass, okay?
Okay.
And 1 bucket of fermented biomass makes a fertilizer.
Mm-hmm.
You're basically making 1 fertilizer for every like 12 potatoes.
Then I use 1 potatoes. How many potatoes to make fertilizer? Oh, 8 to make.
No, well, no, you're not taking those potatoes. Those potatoes are not consumed.
Right.
Or wait. Yeah.
No, they're not consumed.
Yeah, these ones aren't consumed.
So I'm using 1.
Oh. You actually only have a 70% chance to consume the fertilizer because you're running this as an MV.
Oh.
So,
Right.
yeah, you see what I mean by it has an insane profit, right?
Yes. I need more potato. Well, I mean, actually, no, I need more use for potatoes. What else can I make with potatoes? I mean, you can also make the biomass, whatever that's for.
Well, biomass, you can who's it? Distill it just for pure ethanol. And it's like, nah.
Is it different as ethanol, or is this is the same thing?
Well, I mean, it is ethanol. But, I mean, like, why not do fermented biomass? Because you get all of those byproducts as well.
Okay.
The only other thing that we could use it for is down the line, we'll need it to make bacterial sludge.
Well, when we need that, you go back to the potato farm and then pull potatoes from that.
Don't cry.
Right, time to make another greenhouse.
I won't lie, it's kind of funny that you're making another greenhouse just for brown dye.
Yes.
I'm gonna wait for more bronze rings. I'm gonna go make some ramen.
Ramen. Maintenance. Two. And then I need
Don't cry. Oh yeah.
polybenzene. Polyben.
We can't make polybenzamidazole if that's what you're looking up. That is an
What is it?
IV recipe. That is 2 tiers away, bud. What are you trying to make that takes polybenzamidazole?
Output bus.
Okay.
Wait.
Which one?
MV output bus.
So here's the thing. If you look, there's 3 different recipes that make it in the assembler. Each one
I
takes
can
a
see.
differing amount of plastic. The polybenzamidazole is a plastic. Same with polyethylene, which is the one that we're making.
Okay, that's the one I need.
And polytetrafluoroethylene. We do have polytetrafluoroethylene.
Which one do you want me to use?
Let's see. We've got a lot of each, so really take your pick.
I'll take
Polytetrafluoroethylene, we've got 456,000 or 456 buckets of it.
Bus.
Oh,
Okay,
cool.
next one.
So, I don't know what the difference between all of these are, but let's see.
Yeah, I can probably use fertilizer for cocoa bean farm.
Yes, you 100% can.
Output match. Steel frame.
So what makes this one different? Oh, it's not fully upgraded. Okay.
Class. I need to make hardened glass again. And fine tempered glass.
May have to automate that one at some point.
Fluid solid pipe. Lava. I'm gonna need dirt. Glass.
Okay, so I need these kits back in again. Kit. I'm gonna need 24 of those. 12 of these. 12 of these.
Input bus right here. Output bus here.
Oh, I guess I can turn off the weather cycle now.
Yes. Kit. Let's see. Next step will be turn on peaceful.
Which, I mean, is allowed. Like, the pack is intended, air quotes intended, to play on peaceful.
I mean, if there's no use to have mobs, there's no use for the difficulty. Class. Why am I not making hardened glass anymore? What? Lava.
Valhallelujah!
Can I not put lava in cell?
Check the
Doesn't seem
temperature.
like I can. Wait, there's a temperature limit?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, there is a temperature limit. I can, but this one's the size of a bucket. Is there a bigger one? Steel, I can. Alright, I guess it's gonna be steel.
Hallelujah. Hallelujah. Woo!
What time is it? It's not food time, so I don't know why my cat is being annoying.
It's a cat. It's gonna be annoying.
It's okay. She should anyway.
Fluid card.
Don't like the keyboard.
That's on round robin. Hallelujah. I don't know what that one does, but what the hell?
What?
Why isn't this inputting water?
What the?
Hallelujah. Hallelujah. Oh, I'm an idiot.
Mm-hmm. No.
I didn't even see how much that made. God damn it. Let us pray to Odin, my lord. $5,400 millibuckets per tick for steam production. Jesus, that's a lot of steam.
Alright, what is missing now? Oh, brass.
Okay. What do these node overclockers do? Cards? No. Items? Node overclocker. Each node can only operate on one card per side per tick. If there are 3 extractor cards on the side of a node, only the first one will operate during a game tick, and the second will only operate if the first one fails to do anything. Oh. Each node overclocker on the side allows that side to operate on more cards per tick. Okay. So that means I'm gonna need to do this.
Can't the Energizer work faster?
What energizer?
The thing to recharge the boots and the crafting terminal.
Nope.
Oh.
It is quite literally running as fast as it can possibly go.
Sad.
I'm so far gone and I'm denying if I do I do like. Oh my god, these are gonna be crafting a while.
I wonder if you can you have multiple crafting terminal. Would it use such energy of only one at a time?
Please don't make more than one. God, you can just hear the will to live leaving my body as I say that.
Are they that
I'm
expensive to
tired.
make?
I'm tired of your shit, sis.
I mean, it was an actual question. Like, would it work? I don't even know how to make that, so I'm not making any of that.
Oh, I guess I'm moving this travel anchor. Because it can't stay there.
All right, what was I making before that? Oh, yeah, pipe and cocoa bean.
Ooh. Cool. If you're standing on storage, you can get to petrochem now.
money.
I'm gonna need node overclockers on all of these. Or, oh, wait, no. Oh, I'm gonna need more extract fluid cards.
That's so many cocoa bean.
Oh, this is so tedious. Okay. I'm gonna need more fluid cards. Then I also need energy cards too. (210% efficiency. Oh my god. It's taking so long to make these goddamn kits that I need to set up this fucking thing. Da, 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 da. I need these kits so that I can actually set up these goddamn dynamos to work properly. So, Steam.
I'm making so much cocoa bean. Well, I will be proud.
Da na 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 na. I should have started craft like this last night before I went to fucking sleep.
Why?
Because it's taking for fucking ever. I've been waiting 20 minutes for these kits to craft.
You want to know what I just realized? We can make cookies. Cookies. Maple, do you want cookies?
Are they used for anything?
Have cookies.
Why though?
You can eat them. My cookies! Fine, I have more.
More for the hungry void. More for the hungry void.
It's okay, there's more in the storage.
Oh no.
Alright, actually, what can I make with the cocoa bean? Other than green dye. Can make cocoa dust.
Mm-hmm.
You can make chocolate coin.
You can cram 2 cocoa beans and a dough into a forming press with a cylinder mold and make 12 cookies instead.
Yes, good idea. I will make a shit ton of.
Oh,
Where's
God. Why did I say anything?
the big part
No,
of the
fuck
storage?
off. Ugh. Why do I say things? Saying
I fill
things
up the storage
only...
with cookies.
No.
No, I won't do that.
I will boot you off the server and you'd never be allowed to play shit with us again. My guy.
Alright, what brown dye? Do you need anything for brown dye? I have no idea if you need anything for brown dye. So what do you need to dye for exactly?
Dyeing our ME cables and shit.
Dyeing to what cable?
ME cables. Because like if you use brown cables, for example, they don't connect with red cables. So you can run cables along each other that are different colors and still run the channels just fine. It's kind of it's
Do we
like
have any of those cables so we can look at it?
yeah, the covered cable.
Covered. What? Where? Probably under. Like the wires, but instead wires is cable.
Huh? What?
I don't know. I don't know what I'm looking for.
The covered cable from Applied Energistics 2?
Oh, those things?
Well, that's smart cable, but
Oh,
I mean it's the same
Gregtech.
thing, but it'll be dyed a different color.
What exactly is smart cable for?
The smart cable shows how many channels it has.
I see. See, you also have access to brown dye. I would recommend to use that one a lot if you need a shit ton of cable.
Oh, these steam dynamos make 9600 FE a tick each. So I've got 12 of them, so 9600 times 12. 115,000 FE a tick.
Oh,
Nice.
Maple. Question. What is the name of the tool to replace blocks?
Exchanging gadget.
Okay, thank you. Where is it? It is not in storage.
In my backpack.
Okay, I will make one. Changing.
They're very cheap, so you might as well just make one and have one yourself.
Where do I charge? Oh, can I change from this one? I can't charge it this one. Okay.
Hey, you charge it in the same place you have been charging everything,
Yeah, that's what I just tried and it's working.
sir.
Diamond.
Oh, right. I need to grab a fork so I can eat my ramen.
Woman.
Why is dance required to free us?
What's the keybind?
He's the last laser master. He's the last laser master. I can taste the MSG.
What's the name of the keybind for that one again? I forgot
I
what it was.
can't remember.
Exchange.
Oh!
Mm.
Never mind. It's actually going to be 172,000 FE a tick.
Okay, I found the keybind. Is it surface?
He's the last laser master. Uh,
Tasty.
I guess maybe I can use less compression boilers and more steam dynamos. Oh, I guess I'm gonna have to request one more HV kit so I can put it on one of these redstone cells. What? Oh.
Mm-hmm.
I may have to make more multi-cycle. I was using diesel quite a bit quicker than I thought it was going to.
Like, oh,
And this is the one that keeps turning on.
star shop
Oh, this one
magnet.
also is turning on.
Is there an upgrade to the magnet? There is no upgrade to the magnet. Okay. Do I need a keybind for the magnet?
I don't know. I've stopped using mine.
Why?
Eh. What do I need to make the next one? Enderium glass, blue alloy gear. Oh, God. Life sucks. But it is so much more efficient.
All right, it's time to dismantle this farm.
Oh. I'm sorry, Sis.
It's okay. I'm gonna need to turn on the magnet for that. Option. Control. Keybind. Magnet card? Is that what it is? So,
Beware of the beast inside your heart, dancing in the dark. Coil. Which coil kit do I have? Stabilized. Okay, that's not the one that I want. Expanded? Nope. Stabilized? Nope. High flux. Oh.
put them in.
What are you saying god damn it to?
Water. The farm water activated last time when it broke everything. What a new bucket.
Beware the beast inside your heart. Oh god, those aluminum gears take a while to make. LV high flux RF coil kit. I think the other one, MV one, will be. Oh. Okay, well, I accidentally grabbed it. Just in disguise. Lies on untold misery. Oop. Keep going to storage instead of basement by accident.
Do you need water?
Huh?
Do you need water? Because we have a lot of water bucket now.
Oh, I guess you don't know. Don't worry about grabbing buckets of water. Just put blocks over them. If you look in the system, we have 2.1 G of water. We have 2.1 billion buckets of water. So, no, we don't need water.
Too late.
This guy. Well, time to see if this is enough power. Energy card. Oh, good. Of the righteous, I am guardian of the true. Deception, and I will not stand for you.
This Magnus is a scam. Doesn't work.
Did you turn it on?
Yes.
Did you make sure that it's set to blacklist, not whitelist?
No.
Do that.
Magnet. There we go. Okay. Now should work. Oh, yeah. Working pretty well.
Oh, who'da thunk?
Oh, I no more forget. Working too well. Help. Peak. Nice. Oh, number food.
Oh my god. This aqueous accumulator does not make water fast enough.
Used to.
So I'll start using the insane amounts of buckets of water that you have.
Why just so much water?
I wonder why.
There's no pixel on this map back, right?
Oh.
Which, okay.
Oh, God.
What?
Just waiting for this craft. They're like, these crafts. It's so fucking long. Be not there. Okay. I guess I'm gonna have to do this a different way. This is making nowhere near enough water.
How much
So,
water do you need?
a lot.
You're being steam. Yes, cool. Oh, this thing transformed into water. Boiler then into the dynamo, I assume.
Fill every single slot of this interface with water. Bless this mess. Bless this mess.
Oh, you're using the water you're producing right here, right? Wait, are you
Huh?
producing water here? Oh, you're not producing water.
No. I'm taking the water that we have infinite through one of the card or one of the storage cells that we have.
Wait, we actually have infinite water?
Yeah.
Water. Oh my god, these things can store so many bucket of water.
There we go. Now they're all running. It just took a giga overclocker. That's all.
And what is this power again? I forgot.
Huh?
What is this again for power?
Oh, shit. I have a bucket of steam.
Fine.
Okay, whatever. Sorry, what are you asking?
What does this produce?
Power?
Ah.
Okay, I just need one more HV kit. Okay. And now I need my multi-cycle kits. All of these are now upgraded to make 14,400 RF attack. It seems like I have enough throughput for it. Oh, I have a couple multi-cycle kits. Which ones still needed here? Oh, okay, they're all fully upgraded. Awesome. So now we are getting 305 times 189. Oh wait, no, hold on. That won't work. 3.05 times 1.89. We're getting 576% efficiency on the buckets of fuel. I could make that even higher if I wanted to get rid of the auxiliary reaction chamber kit, but I kind of like having the 50% increased output for only 10% efficiency. The other kits don't really, or like the other reaction chamber kits don't seem worth it because it's like 25% efficiency reduction for 100% output. This one is 75% efficiency for 300%. 300% output, and I don't think those are worth it. Okay. So. Oh, what are you... Oh. I thought you were branching out for a moment there.
No, I'm just flattening everything. Need to make more diamond brick.
I'll have to set up a multi-smelter soon.
Multi-smelter.
It'll be our upgrade for from the bulk smelting.
Oh. Can you make it so we can just request those blocks we need for Pat and
that was going to, well, I don't think you can automate like the path ones because those you have to go into the tinker table and shit with.
I mean, for the...
It's really annoying.
Can you make the base block automated?
Hold on.
Because it's pretty easy to just transform
Okay,
it
yeah,
into
no,
the
you
rest one
can't.
after.
You can't do it with the mason's workbench, but we can. Yes, it's just I don't know. Do you want to work on a multi smelter?
Fuck is that?
So multi smelter. It's basically a multi block furnace that smelts multiple things at the same time. It works almost exactly like the bulk smelting, but in a multi block form. The
I
the
don't know which
better
one.
coil you put on there, the faster and more parallels it uses at a time. Although, hold on, let me double check something here. Uh, per recipe. So if you do 512 divided by 16, you need to. Well, actually, no, yeah. Yeah, you could set up a multi smelter with Canthal coils and HV power. Okay, so this entire petrochem bullshit here is paying for itself and then some now with these dynamos.
Nice.
Um, we are consuming 1,350 water per tick per boiler and making 5,400 steam per tick, and these are producing upwards of 14,400 RF. Sorry, I'm going to be doing some math here. Steam dynamo. So it's 1 to 1, so 14 divided by 1.89. So it takes 7,619 steam per tick to keep these dynamos going when they're fully producing. Meaning I may have to add more compression boilers. But for the time being, this is fine. Patiently. Oh, I just realized. Or wait. Oh, no, 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 no. I'm making. Or I've got enough here. Never mind, it's fine. Oh, yeah, that's right. When we get to IV, we're going to have to make nether stars.
Fun.
Lightning infused shard. Where's that impure nether star? Ah, here it is. Okay, yeah, and then you take an impure nether star, put it in with like industrial TNT, and it makes a nether star. To make the impure nether star, you take fire infused shard, ice infused shard, lightning infused shard, and earth infused shard in a forming press. Energized nether star shard. Nether star shard. Oh, never mind, that's not how you make it? Question mark? Oh. Oh, this is
Not
disgusting.
bad.
Oh, this is fucking terrible.
Why?
4 fire charges, and I think that's 4, or no, that's 5 blaze powder worth of molten blaze in an autoclave at EV gives you a 30% chance to get a fire infused shard out of it. And it's the same for all of the. Oh, wait. Liquid blizz. Oh, fuck. How do we make blizz? Fluorine and cobalt makes blizz powder. This is blizz cube. Oh, blizz essence. Oh, great. Fuck me. Okay, I'm not looking forward to that.
What the fuck? There's pillagers inside the tree farm.
Oh, yeah.
Hello.
And then, eventually down the line, we're going to have to get ready for nitrobenzene. Because when I can make the large gas turbine... Oh. Which, well... I need to be able to make titanium, so... Ah. You feel like paradise, paradise. I need to change up this mixer a bit.
Oh shit. Wrong block.
What do you mean, oh
I might
shit?
have caused a bit of lag.
What did you do? Oh! What? Oh no, Sis! Oh god. You broke the core, didn't you?
Yep.
You dumbass.
First block first block it broke was the core.
Motherfucker's not paying attention to what block he's breaking.
It's okay. We'll be over
Mods.
soon.
Mods, remove his balls.
How much shit was in the chest?
It was full.
Oh shit! Wait, it was actually full?
Yes.
Oh shit! Well, It's not in storage.
Okay. I need. Do we have a spare super tank? Ah, we do. Is that liquid styrene butadiene rubber? Oh my god.
Hmm.
Oh, I don't have anywhere near enough butadiene. Okay, I'll do that. So how fast is that recipe? Oh god, that is slow.
So how much? 48k oak log, 26k oak sapling.
Jesus Christ.
How many? Oh wait, apples. Apples. 4,000 apples.
Alright, we've got styrene butadiene rubber now.
Right. Time. Diamond brick. Oh, oh, we need more brick. Oh, we need more stone. All right. You said I need. What's the machine you wanted me to make?
Multi-smelter.
Multi smelter. Multi.
Ah.
This one. Need more of that. Need more of ship. No, what's it called?
Oh, Jesus. Oh, that's why.
Oh, you're requesting to make something. Oh,
Yeah, what are you wanting? What?
uh,
Oh,
the
yeah,
circuit.
no, you'll be making them. That's fine.
Okay. I didn't need 10, but I just made more. So if we need somebody, we'll be there.
Guillotine. Uh, wait, where are you? Where were you about to set it up?
No idea. I'm just making what I need first.
I would say put it on the main floor here. So
Okay.
like put it right here.
You want me to remove that?
Well, like in this 3x3 right here.
Oh, it's that small.
Yeah, it's just a 3x3. And then I'll help
Okay.
you wire it up.
So I'm waiting on the chip.
How do I get rid of all the fluid in this? Ah, that's how.
Do you need this? Do you still need this?
Uh, I was going to move it. Because I
Okay, good.
am still using the Slitake spores there.
Because like that, I can rebuild this. Right.
Oh, wait a minute.
There's a shit ton of bats inside your thing.
Inside my thing. Very descriptive.
Your generator.
Inside my generator.
Yeah, down here. There's also zombies.
God, why are there so many leaves?
I removed the bunch of trees, and since leaves are useful for the greenhouse, I decided to just keep them. And we've been using leaves for waterlog. I was like, yeah, good to keep.
Alright, there. Now we can...
Oh, water.
I haven't covered all of it yet. Oh.
Oh,
Restart.
oh boy. Hey,
I love how fast this server starts up.
I mean, if it's a skyblock, the perk of a skyblock, you don't have a world to generate.
It's
Probably
not
would be
even... It's
longer
not
if
even really about the skyblock. It's the fact that the pack itself loads fast.
well, yeah, because there's nothing to load. The world is empty.
No, the world has nothing to do with it, sis. The pack itself is really quick to load.
I need more.
Tears of pearls.
We have 2.1k fertilizer.
Yep. What else can I use fertilizer for? Not much.
More plants. Cactus.
Well, actually, we don't have green dye here. I mean, it's
You're not.
incorrect because if you shove any of these through the crushing wheels, it gives you a chance at getting green dye as well as the regular dye. Anyways, are you making a multi-smelter or not? If not, then I'm gonna make it.
I am. Is it? Do I have to alt the piece now? More dyes. Melt through it.
Okay, I know what I can set up.
Alright, what else do I need? Oh boy. It's extra battery. You're right. Maintenance.
Okay, so sodium hydroxide. So that makes hydrogen, and then this, when you electrolyze it, also makes hydrogen.
I have a question for you. What the fuck is the Brookover voice from machine from the muffler?
It's mainly for things that have like pollution output, like the fuck is that shit called? What is the flatline bullshit? Oh.
How much energy do you want inside this thing?
Just do 1 HV energy hatch.
1 HP? Okay.
Uh,
Energy output.
oh, that's only a 1 amp. That's medium voltage.
Cool.
Push me around. Down, down, down. Down, down, down.
There we go. Machine is formed.
Okay, so
Piece are all over the place. What the
now
fuck?
output bus there. Oh, what? What? What
I
the
removed the
fuck?
output. They weren't up. I don't know why.
So put the input bus here,
But
and then output bus here.
energies at the bottom.
Or wait. Oh, you made it one block over too much. Or whatever.
Oh, you want me to move it back? That's fine.
Okay. Because of that. Hold on. Ah! No, 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 stop.
I was gonna move it back.
Output. Input. Interface. Gonna push me around. Down, down, down. What the hell? That being made here is. Oh, good song. It's time to have some fun. Going down, because that is what they say. We are Operation Doomsday.
So, Maple, why do you not want me to move the thing back?
Because you already have it there. Whatever. You
Won't
make
take too
do.
long. No, let it move. I want to move it.
You want to move it? Okay, fine. Input.
Oh, you meant
output.
like that?
Yeah.
Thought you meant moving back.
No.
Oh. Okay.
Dun, 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 dun. So we can put the interface there, and then we can do the pattern. Because that is what they say. We are Operation Doomsday. And then the pattern provider there. Body with the girls of Operation Doomsday. Oop. Oh, by the way, house rule, no vein mining the ME cables, period. Zyke did that and, like, pulled down the entire fucking ME system.
You mean this? The
Yeah.
cable right here?
Do not
Wait,
vein
yeah.
mine them.
I will never. If you want to mine something limited, you just cut it here, then you can mine everything else.
The thing is, it counts diagonals too, and you don't know, because the range of this is the range of this
Yeah,
is
no, I know.
infinite, and it can break 64 blocks. But even if this is diagonal from, for example, a dense cable, it still counts it.
Mm-hmm.
So, just house rule: no vein mining it. If you take your wrench in your hand and shift right click, it breaks it instantly and puts it in your inventory.
Okay.
Okay, so now you need to hook it up with power. Where's you don't have an energy hatch.
Just right here.
Oh, okay. Well, make a 4 amp, because if you make a 4 amp, then it'll pull 2 amps to power this thing.
Energy converter. Or oops. No. Yeah. Art.
Oh, Jesus. Uh, antimony.
Oh, wait, forgot a thing.
Okay.
What kind of wire do I need?
Which one is HV? Wait, what?
Uh,
Why are you using an advanced connector?
magic,
No, why are you using an advanced connector?
because it's wireless. Why?
If you need power over here on a main floor like this, run regular connectors. Not to mention, I do believe bro.
But clipping.
I don't fucking care. I don't want these wireless ones all over the goddamn places.
Oh,
I only want them when they're absolutely necessary. Because they're a lot more annoying to tell where they're coming from.
okay.
Stone. God fucking damn it. Oh, wait a minute.
Okay, so wire. What was it? Was this one? You said to make it how many amp?
Huh? Make a
How
4
many
amp.
4? Oh, this is 32.
Did you say you made a 32?
I didn't connect it.
That's so fucking wasteful. What the fuck, man? Jesus.
I don't know
Well,
all the wire. I used the same wires as the auto machine I made. H wire. So this one should be fine, right?
holy hell, sis. Give me an
Yeah, this one.
aneurysm.
HV. I don't know all the wires. You cannot blame me. I do
I
not
can
want to blow up the
blame you.
thing again.
I am going to blame you.
Don't blame me, Dad. There we go. Didn't blow up. Good. Yay. Mm, yep, machine is on.
Okay, then let's do this.
Maintenance is fine.
Oh. Why doesn't it want to do that? Oh, no crafting CPUs are available.
You have wait, there's two
Huh?
input bus? There is two input bus. We need two input bus?
It's fine, it doesn't matter. Okay, here we go. That should start putting things into there, maybe?
But do we need output?
We already have an
Do we?
output. It's right here.
Oh, behind it. Okay.
Oh, what is going on here? Oh, it's only putting one in at a time.
Stroboscope. Yeah.
Pattern access terminal I need? No. Oh, what the hell? Pattern modifier. Oh. Ah, okay. Okay, let's see how this handles doing 100 at a time then. Let me do all of these.
Oh, it's on fire.
It's just the chest. Okay. There we go. It's doing 64 recipes at a time. Cool.
How do you do that?
Huh? What?
How did you do that?
Oh, I just multiplied the smooth stone modifier or pattern. Made
Okay.
it so that it puts 100 cobblestone in there.
Is it gonna use all the stone until we have no more cobblestone left?
We have an unlimited supply. Okay, sis. I feel like I need to show you something. Come down to storage.
Let me get my wand. Storage.
So I have these no, over here. Over here. I have these on a separate subnet. The two blue drives at the top there, take a look at what they are.
Oh, Infinity.
Yes. It's only for water and cobblestone, though, because those are really easy to get in Infinity.
I see.
So yeah,
I guess
if it involves if a recipe involves using those, don't worry. We have unlimited.
Yeah. Alright. I won't worry anymore.
Oh, are we gonna use all the cobblestone? That would be.
I mean, does that mean the storage will be full of what is it called? Stone.
We have 48,000 free slots in that chest. I think we're fine, says.
How many stacks is that? 40,000. All right, we have enough for 3 million stone. Good.
I may need to set up another distillation tower for the refinery gas because Oh wait, I need to finish what I was doing before you distracted me, says. Motherfucker.
Nice. No, maintains almost is half full.
What's half full?
Methane.
Oh. Last maintenance hatch. Okay, so to make this, I need to input sodium and water. I have the input bus here. And then input hatch. Okay. And then that makes output. LV output hatch. It makes hydrogen. Export. Oh, export bus. Making dollars, but at least I'm making sense. No Cassidy, got no soap.
I mean, this we don't need anymore because we don't produce.
Oh. Okay, so that makes hydrogen, sodium hydroxide. Sodium hydroxide, I put directly into an electrolyzer and it gives me oxygen and hydrogen and the sodium right back.
No, wait, never mind. We do. Oops.
Yes, got no soap. Oh. I'm gonna have both go out that way. I need a super... No, that's a super tank. I guess I'll just do a drawer. Whatever. I need the output. Lumium. So, now if I fill the rest of that in. Structure formed. We duct tape up the maintenance hatch. Make red green proud. Says, please tell me you know who red green is.
Nope.
Oh my god. Sis, your assignment for
What?
tonight. Watch the red green show.
Fuck is the red green show?
It is
Red
a
Green
Canadian show from the like 90s to early 2000s.
1991. I wasn't even born back then. Oh boy. You're old.
Says, don't make me slap you.
I'm pretty sure you already have many reasons to slap me right now.
So many reasons. So many goddamn reasons, Sis.
I can't give you many more. Yeah, yeah. So Red Green Show went from 1991 to 2006.
Wow, they actually stopped running it? Damn.
I mean, the guy already looks super old on this. Can he just like retire at some point?
I mean, he's still a comedian.
How many episodes? This doesn't. Wait, they're all like, no, those are trailers. Never mind. Oh,
Water and
300
sodium.
episode.
Why isn't this?
Six
Oh, because
special.
I haven't given it power. Like the absolute clod I am. Oh. Okay, sodium loop is set up. Or sorry, it's called sodium burn, rather.
There's a new travel anchor. Potato. And look at one.
Oh. These are perfectly matched in time. 1.25 seconds. And that recipe is probably 3.75. Yep. It is perfectly matched. Oh well. If I decide to upgrade the LCR, then I can get some extra. But this basically makes a bucket of hydrogen a second. which isn't bad at all. How many channels we got on this line right now? 64 of 128 channels.
You need more.
Well, I mean, I've already multiplied how many channels we have access to on the lines.
So what exactly is are the channels?
So baseline, here, go down to storage. I'm probably going to be telling you a lot of advanced applied energistic stuff, but we're gonna see if you can follow it. Okay, so normally with applied energistics, these controllers, each face can only support 32 channels. If an item interacts with the world in some way, shape, or form, it takes a channel. Okay? So, like, these pattern providers, for example, they take a channel. These crafting storages here, which are what allow us to...
Do you take one channel each, or all of them take one channel?
One channel each. Okay. Each of these storage buses here take a channel. This drive bay here takes a channel. It's in place to limit the player, basically, and force you to be creative. But I've dealt with channels for so long that I just decided to say, fuck it. I multiply... Well, as part of the quest on the welcome page there, you can multiply AE2 channels by 4 times, and that's what I did. So now we can pull off 128 channels using dense cables. Dense cables are basically 4 cables in one, so they pull off 128 channels.
Can you go more than 128?
No.
Okay.
The smart cables here can only hold 32. Normally it's 8 and 32. So these ones would be 8 normally. That's why you need to run the dense cable. Now, the bit of advanced thing that I'm doing here is you'll notice that there's something called a P2P tunnel on these.
Yes.
So P2P tunnel, you can transfer channels through another network, which is what this is over here. So I'm spending one channel on this ME controller subnet to transfer 128 channels over a larger distance. And I can...
I guess that's what you did here too.
Well, right? Kind of. Like, so this right here is the channel, the P2P subnet is what we, Zyke and I call it. This is the P2P subnet. But the moment it goes through this P2P tunnel here, this network ends, and this is the main net right here. This is the main network right along here. Okay? And then, what you'll notice over here, even though Zyke was an asshat and used glass cable, gonna have to slap him silly for that one. Along here, this is what's called subnetting, where you use storage buses on interfaces where and if you right click on the storage bus on like any of these storage buses here, you'll notice that all like the ores and some of the dusts here are on there, right?
Yeah.
As soon as any of those items land in our main net, they come to this one and get stored in this. This is kind of like the ore processing subnet, I call it. So this is where...
so the machine like this, the machine like that above, we don't need it anymore because there's 4 right here.
What do you mean?
This machine right here, this one.
Oh, this one I've been using like, oh, I need this ore, so I come and put it in here and process it separately so that I can get it quickly. That other one is just automated and such. For a little bit, we may wind up sitting in high voltage to kind of gather resources and such, but at the same time, too, we may advance to EV, extreme voltage, so that we get access to storage bus. It is called the ME tag storage bus. The ME tag storage bus will allow us to manage that whole nonsense down there way easier. Way easier.
I see. That's not something I'm used to touching. I'm letting you and Zyke deal with that. Along with the power.
Well, power is like my baby. I love just messing with different power options, as evidenced by the fact that we have 2 separate types of power right now. Ooh.
Mm.
Oh, right. I need to change this up here. This is the last time I abandon you.
All right. Diamond brick. What? Didn't you say this thing was gonna automate the stone?
What do you mean?
Or do I need to request the stone?
If you request the diamond brick, it will do the entire crafting process for you.
Okay. Oh well, there's already a shit ton of diamond brick. Yeah.
Oh, I think I need to teach you how to do that too. So if you see a plus next to something, that means that it's set up to autocraft.
Yeah, I see. But can I request it even if there's still
Middle mouse button.
Okay. Did you automate the other 2 piece? Okay, yes. Library block is automated. And here, let's do it.
Light fuel.
No crafting CPU available. Okay, I will wait.
You might be requesting too much.
Okay, I can wait. I have enough stuff to deal for a bit. And yes, I requested too much.
There we go. Well, from this one first. Let's go.
I'd love to find a way to automatically kill all the trader llama that spawn. It's annoying. Get the fuck off my platform. Fuck off.
Why is he floating? What?
I have no idea. The game think there's a trading villager somewhere, and he's attached to it. That's the only possible.
What the fuck?
I mean, they spawn only with trader villager.
Stop.
What did you do?
I took a screenshot.
Oh.
You can kill it now.
Well, I mean, he's not in a way anymore, so he can stay here.
What happened to the Steam ore processor?
No clue. That's like.
Well, we're gonna be crafting iron ingots for a long time. I just requested 7,400 of them.
Oh my god. Yeah, you may want to turn on peaceful at some point. Because I'm flooding everything and I'll deal with light later. Wait, technically, it's never dark. We don't really need light. I'll put some light just to be so it's bright.
Realize something that you can do to make the building easier.
Mm-hmm.
The copy paste gadget.
There's a copy paste gadget. Finish this one. Did you make one already?
Yeah, I made one because I'm gonna check it out real quick. Let's see. Oh! Copied 1024 blocks. Now, how does this work? Oh!
So you need a corner.
Wait.
Right here.
Shit. Ugh, why is that up? What? Why is that? Okay, hold on. Oh,
You
wireless out of
probably need the
range.
blocks on you. I mean, you place those. This line right here. Probably need the blocks on you.
Shit, can you put your laboratory blocks in the system? And
I have
then,
none on me.
oh, can you go?
Only a diamond.
Can you go set some up then?
Okay. Up.
I'm trying to see if this works.
Where's the? It's right here. There we go.
Okay. Whoa!
Nice. I need that.
Oh my god. You need to mess with the offsets when you... Oh, shit. When you do a different area. Oh my god. Although, wait, hold on. What if I do rotate? Oh, that wasn't right. That boy ain't right. Okay, well, I fucked it up, but whatever. It does work. And honestly, it works really well, so... I'm putting that copy-paste gadget in the system if you want to mess with it. Messing with it to make it line up perfectly is honestly a lot quicker than placing the blocks yourself, even with the effortless building thing.
Paste.
So how do we get rutile here? Because rutile is what we're gonna need.
Do you need to have the
Box.
laboratory block on you, or?
No, you pull it out of the ether. What?
No. Maybe it's connected to the system already. That's what I was asking.
Then it would have pulled the diamond blocks out when I clicked the first time, it says.
Oh, you're right.
Autoclave stone dust. Okay, no. Molten destabilization. It's not that. Okay, so it doesn't come from bauxite. What about ilmenite? Do we get raw ilmenite from something? Okay, maybe quests will tell me. Pulsite, tantalite, cassiterite, beryllium, barite, chalcopyrite, bornite, bastnasite, pitch blend, bauxite. Oh. Tungstate, sheldonite, ilmenite. Okay, so a molten ore mixture. Molten ore mixture needs to go into an EV distillation tower. Fuck. Which then we get molten ilmenite ore, and then we need an autoclave. Oh, fuck me. Oh, I don't know how I feel about this. So 10 buckets of molten ore mixture needs to be distilled. One of the things we get is molten sheldonite, which is funny. Because if we process that... Oh. Or processing. Oh, that one has to be done with sodium persulfate to get palladium. Fuck. Oh, God. Propane and propane accessories. Isn't propane used... Ah, for coming. Cumene. Allyl chloride, butyl, or butyraldehyde. Steam cracked. That makes... Oh, isoprene. That also makes isoprene. Huh. Does isoprene have much of a use? Oh, isoprene is literally just raw rubber. Huh. Well then. Oh, look at all this free silver. One rare metallic residue dust turns into 2 calcite, 1 silver dust.
Oops.
Oh, it finished all the iron. Oh God. What the hell, sis?
What?
You copied even the fucking dynamic light edge.
No, I just replaced the dirt. I just have to
Oh, wait,
restart.
yeah, that's right. I put those in the corners. That was before I figured out what kind of thing I wanted.
No, here I cannot place it because this is too high.
Okay, so I should have access to the cheaper circuit. Oh, wait. I was supposed to make the cheaper circuit assembler earlier, but I totally forgot. Make 12 HV motors, please. Da, 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 da.
Oof. All of them block.
Okay. Break this, break this, break that transformer, because now I can actually put down my regular ass circuit assembler here. By the way, Sis, are you there? I can't even act totally holier than thou, because when I was tired the other day, I blew up a machine. I was tired and trying to get to EV circuits before I called it a night, and I moved everything into this clean room and forgot that in order to make the high voltage circuit assembler, I needed the EV circuit. Or wait, did I? Oh no, I did need it. So I had to put the medium voltage one in there. So I put the medium voltage circuit assembler onto the high voltage line that I have in here, and it went boom.
Yep.
Okay, so I need to make a simple SOC wafer. So I need cyan lens. For that, I need cyan dye.
Shove what we need to make that.
Let's see if I just have the stuff for it straight up.
Cyan, white, and
Yep. No, it's green and blue.
Oh.
Why are you drunk?
Right. Oh no.
Shit, it's 4 o'clock.
Better hurry up.
That goes in the chem reactor? Yeah. Okay. Oh, shit. I don't need that many. Phosphorus doped SOC wafer. So simple SOC. So that's going to make NAND chips, which means we can get the ULV bitches a lot cheaper. Oh, shit. Uh, which one was the cheaper circuits that I was looking at? Cheaper LV and MV. Oh, SOC. SOC wafer. That one needs a yellow lens. Shit. Even though I'm only making these recipes once, period, I'm still making patterns for them because the fucking AE2 network just pulls all the perfect shit for me. So I don't need to do anything about it. There's the yellow lens that I needed. Okay, SOC. SOC. So, oh my god! Oh, that requires EV. Never mind. I thought it was going to require HV. Okay, well, what do I need for the NPIC? Fucking brown lens! Alright, give me some cocoa bean. Oh my god, there's 58k? Says, what the fuck?
I said super powered cocoa bean farm.
Yeah, no shit. Ground lens. How many does this cut into? 4. Yeah. Well, this is going to be the thing that we need to make EV energy hatches. I mean, in addition to getting platinum. Almost getting by, almost getting by. Oh, yeah, I can charge my wireless terminal there. Ugh. So how much hydrogen are we up to? Oh. Eh. Oh my god, we're up to 2,900. Yeah, that sodium burn is really doing God's work over there. Don't tell me. Fuck, I need an EV cutter to cut that. Ah, pain. Okay, well. Read about chemical skips. Oh, technically I can make IV circuits even too. Forgot about that. Right, I'm gonna need carbon fibers. And oh fuck, that's right, I'm gonna have to make epoxy resin. Shit. Yeah, I forgot about this. Aloe chloride, hypochlorous acid.
Nerd.
Nerd.
I know you're about to leave.
I know.
I didn't see your message until just now,
What?
saying, "What are you doing at
Oh,
10:30 at night?"
yeah. It wasn't at 10:30 your time.
I think I was off. I think I got off at like 10 my time. No, but
No, you were still
was up.
online.
Oh, was I?
Yeah.
I don't. I set up no, two electrolyzers and two centrifuges for the
Oh, I see.
metal ore mixture shit.
Okay, Zyke, you need to move all of this down to the actual ore processing.
Yeah. Well, I gotta move the miner down there still too.
Yeah,
So
move it all.
yeah,
You can probably
eventually.
also upgrade them to high voltage too at the same time. I set up
Can I make
compression.
multi-blocks or no?
I haven't set that up, no.
So we
But
don't have EV circuits yet? Okay.
well, we do. I
Oh, so I can make the
I have
multi-block upgrade kits?
we have right now 6 distillation towers. And the vacuum freezer. I have the vacuum freezer set up.
Yeah, I know. I had to break the controller to get the quest done. Haha.
This motherfucker. But yeah, I set up compression boilers and steam dynamos. I only set up like 12 of each of them, and they're producing 50% more power than the create boilers.
Really?
Yeah.
And that's taking up way less room?
Oh yeah.
Have
The
you
only
set up any LCRs? Oh, sorry.
any LCRs to what?
Get endstone and netherrack dusts?
No.
Or netherrack and endstone?
No.
Okay.
The only LCRs we have right now are the ones making PTFE,
Yeah.
which we need to get fluorine for, and I set up one for sodium burn, so now we have a ton of hydrogen.
Best way to get fluorine.
Lepidolite, it looks like.
Don't want to try biotite? Nah, that's kind of ass. Never mind.
Biotite only comes as a chance from stone dust centrifuging. And
Oh,
here's the thing:
dude.
you're gonna need a distillation tower down there.
Yeah, I know. I have to do it for the other liquid.
Yeah, the molten stuff. And it makes ilmenite. It makes molten ilmenite
Ilmenite,
ore.
G-Lite, and some other shit, yeah.
So molten ilmenite ore in an autoclave with stone dust and all of those other ore liquids makes raw ilmenite. And that's what we need to go to the next tier, unfortunately. I would have set that up today, but I only noticed this like at the end here when I'm about to leave.
Oh. I'll try to set something up, but no guarantees. Been in a crawl space all day working, so I'm a little tired.
This guy. Also, you should set up the steam ore factory to process the tier 1 ores.
The steam one. Okay.
Yeah, because we're gonna need the tier 1 ones.
One ones?
Yeah.
The one ones? Well, do we... Do we have the possibility to make the upgrade kits?
Maybe, I don't know.
Because I might be able to just make a maceration stack then. Or whatever the hell it's called in this.
Cobalt foil signal and plate. Yeah, I guess technically you can. The only thing is, like, why do you want a maceration stack? For the geodes? Or the ores? Or whatever?
Well, to I don't know, to do the other parts of the lines.
I don't want to do those. I just want to do the electric ore processing and shit.
Oh,
Because honestly, I really don't want to have to deal with setting up. Like, I don't want to have
I just need
have
to.
us
So all I really need is
ore factories.
multi-block centrifuge and an electrolyzer then.
Why do you need a centrifuge and electrolyzer?
To process the
Oh,
red garnet, almandine dust, and all this other shit like ruby dust, real gar.
well, no, you need it for the mixed metal residue and shit. Like, those should go downstairs. I'm being real. Ooh, tantalite.
They are downstairs.
No, they're not. They're not in the
They're not-
sub-basement.
They're not in the downstairs.
This fucking guy. We're also gonna have to set up sodium persulfate. Fuck. I guess I can set up sodium persulfate tomorrow. Because... Oh, that's actually really easy to set up. Ah, God, more hydrochloric acid byproduct.
Yeah, this molten ore mixture.
Uh,
I need EV for this anyways.
the molten ore mixture? Well, yeah, that's why you do multi-block centrifuge.
DT. No, DT.
Oh, well, yeah, you just do 2 HV energy hatches.
Yeah.
We just have to keep an eye on our power.
I might make another miner too. I doubt it though, because one's been, I think, enough.
Yeah, we've got more than enough.
The only thing I might do is I might set up 4 filtrators instead of just one of each. 2 of each, I mean. Instead of 1 of each. Not sure yet.
But yeah, so far I've got part of petrochem going. You should take a look at all of the hydrocarbons that we have access to now, too.
God.
Because, like, we've got butene, butadiene, propane, ethane, ethylene. So much ethylene. We have so much ethylene. Like, you can just get rid of your ethanol. Oh, also, Sis made this over here.
I made a thing.
Is that?
It's a potato farm. I don't
greenhouses. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought you were gonna say you made the mob farm.
Mob farm is gone.
Yeah.
No, there's an electric one.
Oh. But yeah, so we're getting tons of methane, tons of carbon dioxide, and like we're even getting ethanol from this. So you can tear down your ethanol bullshit. We're also getting ethylene.
Doesn't
for
produce a
polyethylene.
lot.
No, that produces a lot. For most uses, that produces a lot.
Oh, okay.
Do you want this water or do you want this set to void?
It is set to void.
Is it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, it says disabled on my screen.
Oh.
Well, your screen is wrong.
Oh, it's clicked in. It's just a.
Yeah, it says disabled, but.
Why is there 4,000 fertilizer in a super chest?
Because it
we
makes
need that.
fertilizer too.
This is what I need.
It makes
this
fertilizer. Oh,
Yeah.
This whole thing was for fertilizer. Everything else is random shit I don't care about.
I mean, okay. But yeah, this is also making the acetic acid. which acetic acid is something that's useful too.
Have you set up another EBF, or have you not upgraded that yet?
I set up an EBF for steel. If you come down to processing, there's an EBF just passively producing steel for us now.
Gotcha.
I haven't upgraded the EBFs though, no. I will be tomorrow.
All
probably.
share these.
Because this one's Capronicle and this one's Canthal. I did Canthal for this for a perfect overclock. Maybe down the line I will upgrade this one, but not right now.
No, I was just asking because I didn't know if you made a EBF because I was bored and I mixed up some nichrome.
Oh. Speaking of stainless. I'm going to mix up some more stainless. Never mind, no I'm not. We don't have any stone dust or steel dust or iron dust. Also, Sis and I set up a multi-smelter. And there's patterns in there for the basic ingots.
Oh.
And stone. It's over here.
Yeah, no.
This one you can still do on demand if you need to do like a shit ton of bulk, but...
Mega pattern provider. Yeah. Yeah, like I said though, I'm not sure how long I'm gonna play tonight. So.
Oh, I made the HV circuit assembler too, so circuits will craft faster.
Nice.
Can I request 16 of these? I can. Alright, I'm requesting 16 EV circuits, so you can do with them as you wish. What?
Nothing. I'm just gonna... Are you gonna make them into the universals automatically?
Not right away.
Okay, so I need to use this one in the recipe then.
Although, actually, wait. I think the
Well, they're universals in the system, that's why I'm asking.
we can't use universals to make the mainframe.
Don't you have to make a whole different one to make those?
No.
Oh. So you're gonna keep them as the microprocessor supercomputers, okay.
Yeah, for now.
I'm just encoding the multi-block upgrade kit right now, that's why I'm asking.
Okay. If you want, you can encode the EV circuit to go to Universal, and then we can just encode shit with or like the actual things with Universal. But at the same time, it automatically encodes them with the tag EV circuit, so it'll pull any circuit that it wants, I think.
Oh, gotcha. I won't turn them into universals or whatever then. Ah. The assembler's pattern provider is full.
Yes. So I've been pulling patterns out and putting them into this chest here. So, like, you can pull those kits out, for example, for now.
Yep, I was just about to pull those. Okay.
Oh, also, if you're going to do cables now, we have styrene butadiene rubber. Okay. Which is 75% cheaper.
We have... Oh, we do have eyes of ender, so we can do flux now. Okay.
Mm-hmm. That one requires an EV LCR to do, I think.
What, flux?
Yeah.
Really? Oh.
Flux dust. EV LCR, and you need 68 buckets of lava with 32 redstone.
Ah, I see.
So we would need to generate lava.
Fucking LCR.
Well, we'd also need to generate lava, yeah.
Well, we can probably...
Oh, industrial barrel.
Well, can we just pump fluids from the nether? Or whatever?
No, because we can't go to the nether. You keep forgetting that fact that we can't go to the nether.
So I can't use... What is this called? What is this thing called?
What thing?
trying to remember the name. I'm going over to it to look at it. The gas collector. Do we have to visit the Nether to get the stuff from the Nether or the end? The Ender Air and the Nether Air?
Yes.
Okay, so we can't do that. Okay.
No. The only way to get Ender Air.
Yeah, you have to make it in a mixer by making netherrack and an LCR.
Well, the end agglomeratio, you need to have end stone
Make
already.
No, you can make endstone in the LCRs. It's glowstone dust and 32 buckets of lava.
Oh. Weird.
That's how you get your nether rack and endstone. But yeah, that's a lot of fucking lava.
Yeah. So maybe if you want to set up a industrial barrel too, to make lava, and just dump it in the system. Anyway, though, I have to go.
Goodbye.
I didn't even say bye. Oops. All right, I gotta skedaddle skedoodle because I need to like get dressed real fast. Thank you guys for hanging out. Appreciate y'all. I'll be back tomorrow, and I'll probably like. I've already forgot. Oh, right. Upgrade the EBF, probably cook some nichrome, blah, 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 all that stuff. Anyways, have yourselves a good night, guys. I'll see you guys around.